Good morning. I just noticed there was a new update to NinjaTrader, so I couldn't resist and click the update button. Hopefully the performance will be fixed. I couldn't see anything in the release notes, whether it's fixed anything. I did report a few bugs and I have been in touch with them and they've got back to me with a few issues. There was a big issue I reported to them where if, for example, when I'm running 10 or so eval accounts and I hit my daily loss limit, then you get about 20 or 30 pop-up windows and you can't do anything. It locks the entire thing until you click all of the windows one by one. And that's with Apex's new accounts. The new accounts, you have $1,000 cut off. So if you go over $1,000 loss, it stops you from trading them and it says you're done for the day. But then you have to then click on the little OK box in order. They popped up as well. And so I reported as a bug and they agreed it's a pretty frustrating bug, because the only way to do it is by closing my platform, coming back into it again. So anyway, I'm just waiting for everything to load. I think it's all loading now. That's good. Gone to my analysis. Let me just open up the order flow in the live stream and make sure it's all working. Everything's here. We've had a big, how about that for yesterday then? Talk about the bulls are back in control. No, the bears are back in control. Which one is it? I don't think anybody really knows just yet. So it's gonna be interesting today. My levels in the premium Discord, if you're a member, are pretty much, I didn't do anything. My levels are exactly the same as yesterday. We're in the same boat as yesterday. We're opening up in the same place as yesterday pretty much as well. I do like this. This is kind of like a confirmation now that we are the sellers could be in control of the market. Notice as price was pushing up yesterday on the 60-minute chart, volume was declining as candles were getting bigger as well. So that was a big sign of weakness. So when I saw that yesterday, I didn't have much issues with it pulling back. Give me 2 seconds. Thank you. Cheers. You got the password okay, yeah? Nice one. Appreciate that. Thank you. Cheers. I'm back. A parcel collection. So it's looking good. I like it now. We can see some sort of structure, market break. But let's just go, as it's the end of the week, let's look at the weekly chart and see where we are. It's Friday today. It's the 5th of June 2026. And we're going to go over pre-market prep. News today, we did have farm, non-farm, high volatility, average earnings and unemployment rate come in, and we had a bit of a big of an indecision candle out and then it sold off afterwards, so nothing too exciting. There's no more real news until 3 PM consumer credit, and that's a low volatility and hopefully there's nobody trading then. So looking at the weekly chart, let's have a quick overview. We are putting in a bit of our first potentially red candle. We don't know. We may just rip up today, and then we may not even look back. It'll be a green candle again. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green candles in a row. Try and find 9 green candles over the last year or so. You're not going to find it. I think we came close on a couple of weeks. But look at the size of these candles compared to the previous, even when we did have 9 in a row. I'm sure when we looked there was 9 candles at one point. Not close. There you go, down here. 2023, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But look at the size of these candles compared to these candles. You know, it's not sustainable. Market pushing up, lack of volume, and you know, so extended as well. So if we are to find a red week, where are we going to stand next week? We've got that area below, tops and bottoms of those candles as well. That's our area. We kind of bounced from there yesterday and bounced from there today. So that's the key area. We're still in a weekly uptrend, so don't get too excited on red candle. That's our trend line. We got a volume shelf below. That's around, it's at 7,400. We've got that 7,000 area around here as well to keep an eye on, and a massive big volume shelf. So that's basically a target if we do have a bit of a sell-off. Volume wise, it's about average volume. Nothing really exciting. Doesn't shout sell off at the moment, but you know, we had a week of less volume the week before as well, and then we had a high volume indecision week. So that's not much really to talk about on the weekly. Dropping down to the daily, looks more interesting. That's our trend line we drew in. We were holding that trend line pretty well, and then we had that red day. And then we had this green bar. Is this a GBI, a green bar inside on the daily? Maybe there's a potential short swing short here. A break and retest under 7,500. Let's just keep an eye on that. May look for a swing trade today for that. But we do have that pivot there. We have that confidence as well, and we're holding it. We've yet to break down, but this is potentially a break and retest area, but we need to get through that area of confidence. We're sitting on a little mini volume shelf. The next big volume shelf is not down until we get to 7,400, and then that's an area of confidence here. You can see tops and bottoms are candled, pivots down there, and a trend line. Potentially that's a target we can watch if we're going to have a bit of a sell-off the next few days. Obviously, we can't ignore the other volume shelves below. Massive area of confidence around 7150, 7100. And then obviously we've got this massive area of confidence, and that's a potential target right down here at 7,000. It's a big psychological number as well. And the point of control runs through that. RSI, we are still hovering in this oversold, overbought area. We haven't really, even though we've had a few red days, we're still up there. Looking at volume as well, below average volume so far for everything. There's no real convincing selling volume yet. Not like these days. We had big red candles. Look at the red candles previously. They're always bigger than the green. To be fair, this red candle is bigger than the previous green candle, but it was a wider range candle. And we are putting in a bit of a red candle today. So it'll be interesting to see how we end the week. If we can take out that area, I'll be looking for a break and a retest into that area to confirm a new daily downtrend. Dropping down to the hourly, let's pick up some levels for today. I'm not even going to mutter the words. I'm dying to say the word head and shoulders pattern because every time I say it, it just doesn't validate. But are we looking at head and shoulders pattern? Maybe. Again, it's open to your own interpretation. But what I'm looking for is some form of right shoulder. That's not a very good drawing. Some form of right shoulder, some form of head, some form of... Sorry, did I say right shoulder? Yeah, I mirrored myself. Some sort of left shoulder, some sort of head, and some form of right shoulder. That's kind of the pattern I'm looking for. And a break of trend, and you can clearly see the trend line breaking as well there. So maybe that is the case, but I'm not going to get too excited. If we can break this neckline, which would be probably around about there, then that will be the breakdown of pre-market low and a break and retest of this area of confidence. Notice the volume shelf to the left, big volume shelf. We are holding that area, so I'm not going to get excited until we break down through that. Big area of confidence there, big area of confidence there, and we retested it a couple of times today. So for me, I'm keeping an eye on a break and retest below pre-market low, ideally as an opening range breakdown. ORB trade today, for short, targeting 75.08. That's pretty much the most recent target. We do have all this liquidity in the post market a few days ago, so maybe there's a lot of bottom tails there. So every time we came into that area, it pushed back up again. So, and also look to the left at this bigger volume shelf as well. Got all of this volume down in that area, so maybe we can keep an eye on 75.44 as a potential target and a potential bounce area. So basically, it's going to be tough breaking down. We really need to get through this volume shelf before we can get too excited about breaking that trend line. That's the only short I like, unless we get back up to yesterday's high. But let's just draw in a trend line. Oh, 1 second. Trend line. We do that one there. I'll just use close to the bodies as possible. So that's our trend line. We couldn't take out that high. We pulled back, retested that zone. Look at that yesterday. That level I said, keep an eye on 68.08. I literally had it labelled up yesterday. I've not changed anything today. Look where we got into yesterday. 68.08. Pretty much within a few ticks. We poked through and rejected. So I'm hoping people pay attention and are using these levels based on that area of confidence. That's the only reason I selected that area. That would have been a great short if you were finding an entry. I'm not trading that late in the day, so I would never have taken it. Also, we do have this level down here as well, so that's a great level to watch as well. We bounced from it yesterday, came back, bounce, 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 and bounce. So it's key area. So the only other short I like, going back to that, is if we come back and retest this point of control level. Big point of control, massive volume shelf, all of this volume and activity in that area. 75.90 to 7600 is a rejection area. Ideally, we like to see it kind of on that trend line around this area. So that's where I'm looking for, a rejection today. Apart from that, if we break above pre-market high, I like a break and retest over 75.75. If we get over yesterday's high, a break and retest over that into new all-time highs. And then the only other place I like the bounce, this area down here, 7,500. I got 7,508, but 7,500, that's the area to watch. Good morning, Mayo. Welcome back. I think that is pretty much it. You can clearly see the structure break. Just see if there's anything else which may benefit us watching today. No, I think we're going to stick to pretty much the same levels as yesterday. We're looking in that zone there. If we can break down for that zone, come back up and retest, I'm looking for the short. That'll be breaking that neckline, trend line area. Let's just draw in the head and shoulders pattern. So we've got it. We can refer back to it. Hopefully I'm not going to jinx it this time. That's our head. I'm just going to roughly draw it. That's our right shoulder. Could be down here like that. So I'll draw that in for now. So just so we can keep an eye on where this shoulder could be, where this neckline could be. So just draw it something like that. We keep an eye on that. Maybe it might play out, maybe it won't, but we'll look at this on Monday. And I think that's it. Just quickly recap again, areas I like. I like the rejection down in this area here on the point control. I like this zone here as a potential rejection because we are coming into the beginning of that volume shelf, but I also like it because it's an area where we've rejected today. So maybe we could put in another rejection there and that will complete that kind of trend line area. I also like this zone down here for a break and retest, both firstly for a bounce and then secondly for a break and retest. So that if it bounced, we've got a couple of plays. And then this area confluence, we've got tops of pivots over here, bottoms of pivots here, and it's 7508, 7500, a psychological half number as well. I could go on about 7400, 7500, 7000, but we won't do that just yet. But that's basically my really messy chart. The levels are identical to yesterday effectively. Good morning to Craig Carter. Welcome back. SPY next. Let's just quickly look at order flow, see if there's anything unusual going on, because I don't have it on my other screen now. We've got price putting in higher highs, delta putting in higher highs, and there's a slight delta break just here to confirm that potentially that short we are going to be looking for, what I'm going to be looking for. Just as a reminder, this is for educational purposes only. It's my ideas and this is what I will probably play. You obviously play it how you want to play it, but it's just a quick disclaimer, it's educational purposes. When I say what we're going to take, I mean what I'm going to take, obviously. That's my disclaimer out of the way. SPY next. Looking at this volume shelf here, I do like that area again, a bit like ES. We've got all these bottom tails coming into that area. So we know that's an area held up by the buyers. So next time we're back in at 750, big psychological number as well. I'm watching for a bounce off of this volume shelf. So keep an eye on that. We could also target use that as a target as well. Break and retest or pre-market low, 752 area, short into 750. Notice the raising 200 moving average coming into that area, and also note this fair value gap below. It's already been tapped into, but people could be watching that. We may see a reaction down here, so just beware of that. 750 is a psychological number. Drawing in the trend line, that area there. We could also watch for potential pullback, potentially pre-market high 755 rejection, or into that 756 area holding that trend line. It's going to be a tough call to get through that because of that volume. We've been hovering there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Today will be 6 days in that area, but notice how we are curving over. And I do like seeing these patterns when it curves over like that. Breaking the trend line, breaking it, retesting the underside of the trend line. And then I do quite like the fact we might have a bit of a pullback. I'm not saying we will, because look how insanely strong this market is. SPX next. We like psychological numbers on SPX. 76,000 was one of them. We came close yesterday. 7,500 is another area as a psychological number. We are going to be opening up pretty much near the low of yesterday around this area. 75.51 potentially. So for me, if we can break down, come back down, watch that area for a target on a bounce. If we're going to be breaking up, watch 76.01 for a rejection area or target. Just going back to ES again, one thing I just wanted to say is every day we've been watching this, we've had some sort of sell-off, then a big push up. We had a sell-off in the pre-market yesterday, then a massive big run up. We had a kind of a sell-off down here, then a push up, and a few hours later, sold off here, big push up, sold off here, big push up. We sold off here, big push up, sold off here, big push up. You get the general idea. Are we going to see a sell-off here, then a big push up? It seems to be going like that. Notice this day we sold off here, big push up. Sold off here, big push up. Yeah, it's getting boring now. Sold off here, big push up. Sold off here, and then a big push up. So that seems to be what it's doing. So just bear that in mind as well, because it's just something worth thinking about. I wouldn't say base it on a strategy. You're only going to trade order flow. We're going to trade volume. We're going to trade what we see. But it's just something to bear in mind. We sold off here. Are we going to see a big push up? NQ next. It's looking relatively weaker because that's actually broken this area what was holding. So for me, we're coming into that 30,000 as well. I do not want to be going short into 30,000. That is a bounce area. So maybe it goes with what we just talked about, that theory. We sell right off, then push back up. Let's see what happens, how we respond at 30,000 on NASDAQ. We could watch it potentially for a bounce. We're in that void. Remember I say these voids, these volume shelf voids, generally have lack of resistance in that area, or lack of support I meant, and then we're coming into that zone. We've got a volume shelf below as well, so I do quite like a bounce in this area. If we lose that area, look for the break and retest short. So that's basically the key area on NASDAQ today, 30,000. We're at $30,025 right now. If we can break down below pre-market low, that will be a break and retest of 30,000, but I like this for a bounce. Keep an eye on yesterday's low, 30,150, for a break and retest of previous day's low. These are the trades I kind of like. If we get back up into pre-market high, as much as I want to do a break and retest long, we've got this big volume shelf, big point of control, massive amount of confidence, and we've got this area of volume to try and break through. It will be a tough move up. So for me, I'm looking for a rejection around that zone. We're also below the 200 moving average as well, and the 50s coming down into that area. So keep an eye on that 30,300 for potential reaction, that area there. That is pretty much NASDAQ. How are we doing for time? We've got 8 minutes. QQQ. We've got an untapped fair value gap below. Let's just draw this volume shelf in as well. Is that the target in that fair value gap? 720. Keep an eye on that. Maybe write that down for next week. Potentially we might see a bounce in that region. I like seeing bounces in fair value gaps where it's gone through it a little bit. I don't like it just touching the top once it come in and come back out. That's just that one observation. We are sitting on this volume shelf right now. Big area of confidence. So we've got the 200 moving average coming up into that zone as well. So keep an eye on the potential bounce, especially with NASDAQ in that area as well. Look for the rejection against yesterday's low. And then if we can break over pre-market high at 735, we do have a big confidence area. And we do have this volume shelf as well. So it will be a tough long. But if we reject pre-market low, a bit like on NASDAQ, I didn't draw the trend line in. Look where the trend line is. That potentially could be the rejection point where X marks the spot. Oil next. Everything's, apart from SPY and SPY, everything's green. Sorry, everything's red basically. It's all been selling off. Oil was looking lovely, breaking a trend line, putting in I'm not going to use the words, putting in one of my favorite patterns here. We broke the neckline. Maybe this is the break and retest of the neckline. Again, even I draw the line, it's a zone, remember. So that's why I scribble on this. I don't like drawing lines, I just draw zones. Maybe that's the break and retest of the neckline here. Look for a break over pre-market high long into 95 as a target, into 100 as the next target. That's it really. If we come back down into this zone here, 89 to 90, watch out for a bounce as well. We do have a big volume shelf sitting up here and a massive big point of control running through that area and a big area of confidence. So $91 is a bounce point. Break and retest long. Hopefully that will set up. Gold. Remember I said that's why we keep the trend lines in place. Unless it breaks above this trend line, I'm not looking for longs, but I will look for bounces in these areas as a little pullback. If we can retest yesterday's low again, I like it for the short. Keep an eye on 4,500. That area there, that's a psychological number and a potential rejection point. RTY. Took a breakout. Look at this. These are the fake breakouts. Why would I not like that breaking out yesterday? It's because we had decline in volume coming into that takeout. So that's shown weakness from buyers. We broke out. We instantly came back down. So there's buyers sitting here right now thinking, why did I go long? But they are, and they're probably looking to get out down here. They're probably waiting for the market open. So let's see what happens if we get below yesterday's low. 2,900 is a psychological number. Break and retest of 29 short. We could also keep an eye on this area as well for a potential bounce. Look at the volume shelf above. That is a big area. We could use that as resistance. So if we pull back up to the area, we'll be retesting that trend line, and we can watch 29.20 for rejection. That's about it. We're inside yesterday's range on that. YM is doing the opposite and looking a lot stronger. It's broken 50,000. Is that all-time highs? It is. I know we were close. We've broken the previous all-time high from February, which is 50,900 roughly, back to the hourly. So for me, we are extended. If we can have a pullback into this zone here, I like that for a bounce. Yesterday's low. I prefer this down here for a bounce because we've got this massive big volume shelf, point of control and areas of confidence, and it's 51,000, bit of a better psychological number as well. So I like these two bounces, and we'll be bouncing that trend line. Trend continuation, break and retest over yesterday's high, pre-market high as well. That's it really for that. Bitcoin final at last. I added to my Bitcoin yesterday. I think I explained that. We are still holding this trend line. That's our trend line there. Notice how it's fanning. We generally see trend lines just kind of go down like that. And then as it starts selling off, you see the fan gets steeper and steeper. Good sign that we might be coming to an end of a downtrend when it gets really steep. Notice here we had the trend line was kind of nice and steady, then it got steeper, and then we kind of put in a new bottom. And for me, if I'm looking for a day trade, I would watch for a break of this trend line along here. We're holding it pretty tightly. So over pre-market high, over 63,400, break and retest long. Target yesterday's high, and then that's 6,700. If we lose pre-market low, 61,570, look for a break and retest, targeting 60,000. And I think that is pretty much it. Let's just leave that in place. So remember, I like the break and retest of this area here short. I do want to be wary of this zone here. This is a bounce area, so I'll be in. I'm kind of 50-50 in which way I want to go. I'll look at order flow for that. Watching that 7,500 for a bounce. Keep an eye on pre-market high. Could watch out for a rejection. If we get through it, look for a long. And then we got a rejection up in this zone. So that's pretty much the levels on watch today. That goes on one of my monitors. Where's my data? Just disconnect. Craig says, I want a long now, but it keeps rejecting. It's a tough area right now. There's two potential plays, long and short. I do quite like the long as it comes back down to that 75.30 or those bottom tails where we were having buyers come in. I'm just reloading my Apex connection. It was running a minute ago. Here we go. I've got my 5 accounts running today. I thought I had 10 accounts yesterday. I didn't realise I only had 5 running. Some of them hit my trailing drawdowns, so I'm waiting for them to renew. Some of them are my old legacy accounts. I was going to buy another 5 today, but I've got 23 waiting on the go at the moment. Well, 15 of them are, no, about 10 of them are the new accounts, and most of them are the old legacy accounts, which renew every month. I need to take those accounts a bit more seriously now, because I'm basically just kind of paying a monthly fee on them, and I'm not really doing much with them. I've got my copier set up to ×2 and ×4, so it doesn't take long for me to blow them if I have 2 or 3 losing trades in a row. Not with the scalping. That's kind of an offshoot from when I was doing the ORBs, because I use a lot smaller risk. With the scalping, I'm risking basically a losing trade is about $550, but a winning trade is about $1,300. Market's now open, so at the moment I'm torn between shorts and longs unless something sets up, which was amazing like it did yesterday. But I don't like this one. Now look at the choppy it's down here. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Negative delta is at the low. Small positive delta. Doesn't look good for a long at the moment, but I do like it short, don't forget. Massive gap on SPX. Opened up 75.31. NASDAQ is showing a bit more relative strength, whereas we're getting aggressive buyers coming on NASDAQ. ES is showing relative weakness. Look at this big aggressive seller here on a negative candle in a downtrend. I'm going to be looking for a short below pre-market low, only below pre-market low. That's also yesterday's low as well. Ideally a break and retest of is it yesterday's low? Back to my chart. Yeah, it's not. Oh, I've got two doing. Depending on what chart you look at, because yesterday's low is slightly different on NinjaTrader than it is on TraderView, because NinjaTrader calculates the candles differently. They do it differently to everyone. Big negative delta, and then positive delta's coming in. So it's just a delta flip. Look at the aggressive buyers on this delta candle. So this could be a long right now. Buying imbalances. So I'm going to look for a pullback. This could be it. Then I'm looking for a long, but only if we get buyers come in and stay in. Selling imbalances. Big negative delta, so this doesn't appeal to me now for a long. So, like I said, I'd use order flow as a confirmation. Was that the pullback? The volume just doesn't look that great. It looks really choppy. When I said there was relative weakness on NASDAQ, now it's just putting a massive big buying candle and a massive big buying delta. So did I say 30,000 NASDAQ? How about that? Let's just open up my top step. That's one I trade NASDAQ with. Might have missed that trade, but I do like to wait for confirmation there, I must admit. We've got buyers coming in. I'm going to try a small long on NASDAQ, and that's just a bounce at 30,000. So I've just got 5 contracts of MMQ. I'm holding the low today. And then ES, we've got a negative delta with a negative candle with a positive delta, line point control. I like this long as well. Not a big fan of that last candle though. It's a neutral delta. We've got delta breaking out, price breaking out. Let's just see whether we can get another big negative delta. So I'm not going to be long on. Oh, and buyers have just come in now. A big buyer came in on this last candle, breaking the 5-minute downtrend. 51. Let's just see whether the buyers do come in. 2 negative deltas in a row there, so not for me at the moment. But we are holding that align point control. With these align point controls, when I see 2 or more point controls in a row, it goes green. I know that's an area we are holding. And if we reject that area, oh, look at that, no, we don't normally see zero. There's no buyers on the high. So this is not a good long. So I just trailed out on my NASDAQ for a small loss. I thought I had my stop at the low of the day, but I didn't. I will revisit that in a minute. So negative down on the green candle. I'm not a big fan of this at the moment. I've got my copier turned on. And have I got my order flow buttons turned on as well? There you go. Let's see what happens. We've got some aggressive sellers coming in here. We can see it on the order flow to the right, or the cumulative delta to the right. As I said earlier, not interested in going long into pre-market low because that's a bounce point. And you see it bounced there lovely earlier. This time yesterday was already up. Straight in on the open when we saw that easy order flow trade. Good morning, Sonny. Welcome back. While we're sitting here doing nothing, if you could hit the like button, I'll be really grateful. That will hopefully drive a bit more traffic in this direction. Appreciate that, thank you. NASDAQ's at pre-market low area. So we've got lots of selling coming in this area, but just retouching that pre-market low area again, and we're bouncing from it. It's also yesterday's low on NinjaTrader as well. Are we going to hold 30,000? We're right down at 30,000 again on NASDAQ. Cumulative Delta is a slight divergence. Look at this. We got price putting in lower lows. Delta's holding the low. So buyers are coming back in right now. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it on the price yet, but we know there's buyers coming in. So NASDAQ's got a few buyers coming in as well. So again, we're back in this area. We like it for the bounce. If you go to the hourly, you can see all the bottom tail candles from a few days ago, but that's only in the hourly pre and post market. But we may just break through all that. We did test it yesterday. Buyers are still holding here. So here we go. This might be. Well, I like to think price follows Delta eventually. So Delta is showing signs of buyers are coming in, even though you can't see it on price yet. That's why we like footprint charts, because we can see what's going on in advance of what's really happening. Big positive Delta at the bottom, a small minus 88. It's just the start of a Delta flip. What we're looking for is big negative Delta, and then suddenly we start seeing some positive Deltas coming in. At the bottom, we watch for a positive. So Nasdaq's showing a little bit of weakness. ES is showing a bit of weakness. Here we go, we've broken down. Big seller, and then the buyers respond. Look at that. So I'm watching this area for a potential bounce. Could also be a break and retest of pre-market low. So sellers are there, big buyer. So here we go. We got two big positive deltas in a row. Let's see what this candle does. So negative delta, if we can get over that 75.41, I'll be looking for a long. Really want to get it over pre-market high and yesterday's low on NinjaTrader. What is it on Nasdaq? On ES, we got a little bit higher, 75.50. It's tough at the moment. Not interested in any trades while it's like this. Delta was holding, and then it just gave up at the end. Not very exciting. Here we go, look at this. So some buyers come back in now. Andrew says, NQ close to losing 30k. I wasn't watching now. What's that doing? That's right. Oh yeah, it has lost 30k. So there you go. NQ's lost its major level. Let's just see what happens in that 15-minute candle. And then good morning to 212. So still like the long over pre-market high, but that is against this trend we're seeing. Look at this trend on this 15-minute chart. Bit of a pullback. Otherwise, I like the short below pre-market low, just waiting for some sort of confirmation. Maybe this is it. We had some weakness from sellers in that candle. Two aggressive buyers on that candle. I don't want to be chasing. We've got the opening range low, that 10-minute candle. But I wasn't a big fan of going short while we had bottom tail candles on the Cumulative Delta. But we are putting in new lows now, so my bias is flipping, going with the trend. So I'm going to go short now. Oh, it was a bit late in. I wanted to go short at that break of that positive Delta candle. So I'm short, looking to get 10 ticks down at 75.28. What's Nasdaq doing? That's breaking down as well. Here we go. So I get stopped out probably on my first move. I only want to go short below pre-market low. I'll take out the lows of these big negative delta coming in on this candle as well. Because I mark it in, it kind of, if I use limit orders, I probably would have got where I wanted to. Would have just been tagged in now. But I marked it in, I was a few ticks late on it. But big negative delta coming in now. That's what we want to see. But we don't want to see the buyers absorb this area. But we're going with trend continuation now. There we go, taking out my 10 tick move, my 10 tick stop. And big negative delta on a green candle. So I'm moving my stop to that pivot. I will look for an ad. I do like to look for ads only if I'm in the green. If I get down to 10 ticks, I want to add. That gets me back to my 3. So I'm now adding. So massive negative delta on that last candle. Minus 649. I'm tightening my stop. In fact, I've got 3 I'm just going to bring my 10 tick in a bit again. So my 10 ticks back at 10 ticks. I've got 2 at 20 ticks. That's my target at 20 ticks. We're down at 10 ticks in the green. Come on, sellers. Let's show what you're made from. Aggressive sellers are coming in right now. We can see it on here. The indecision on the previous candle. Negative delta on the green candle again. Here we go. Selling imbalances. Are we going to get that follow through? Down to 10. Just another few more ticks. And we're taking out the lows of those bottom tail candles if we hit target, this first target. So close. I'm not going to say anything until we hit it. I'm about to say, here we go. And you go, buyers have come back in. Come on, sellers, let's just sell it off. So sellers are reacting to that pullback. This is hard. This is a tough move. The mover's up there. I'm seeing some aggressive buyers coming in now. So let's just see how this candle handles it. Small negative delta on that last candle. So I'm about to hit my 20 ticks, hopefully. That's my 20 tick target. I'm now at break even, or I am now break even. So the orb is in now as well. So this is the breaking orb candle. Hopefully this plays out as well, because that'll work well for this scalp. So despite that first little 10 tick stop and the add, that's why I'm looking to add back in now. This is going to turn into a relatively decent green day. I'm just looking at NASDAQ. What's NASDAQ doing? Looking equally weak. So I'm trailing now on the scalp. It'd be nice if we hit our 80 tick target, and that's all the way down at 75.11. We did say 7,500. I've got 75.08 as a level on watch. So that would be a great target if we get down there. But we are scalping, and it's really hard getting those distances when we're trailing 10 range ticks. So I'm getting close to trailing out on this trade. If the sellers come in, I like the green candle and the negative delta. If we sellers can push this back down like they are now, look at that selling imbalance, that last candle. So this is a good place for a stop loss. Only 7 aggressive buyers at the high of that candle. Lots of selling imbalances. Hardly any response from buyers on that candle, unless they step up now. We've had our first positive delta since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in 5 candles. Here we go. Now we're breaking down. I haven't checked to see if my copy is enabled. It is enabled, yep. So as it's Friday, this will probably be my one and only trade of the day. Have a nice early. I got scalps later in a few hours, in about an hour's time. So it's nice to be able to walk away on a green day, especially on a Friday. Nothing like going into a weekend on a red day. So what I'm doing, I'm going to hold it at this pivot. I'm green for the day, whatever happens. Big negative deltas coming in. Again, a negative delta on a green candle. Let me just respond to a message. One sec. Okay, so now we've got that pivot. I'm going to trail down to that pivot again. So I'm up $900. That's unrealized. So I've realized $400, $350. So these runners are where most of the money gets made. That's why we like these runners. So small positive delta at the bottom here. I'm holding and trailing a small positive delta. So that's a good sign. Just buyers are still not interested here. Positive delta on a red candle. So maybe they're starting to show signs of coming back in. So I'm going to trail down to 75.22. And I'm out. There you go. Big positive down, and that's why we trail down and we watch these pivots. So I finished the day about $800. That's not bad, is it, per account? I've got 5 eval accounts running today. They must be... No, they're all up at over $2,000 in profit, so not far off before I get those converted. So I'll save that for next week. No point trying to convert them. And look at this delta coming in now. This is, you could also watch for a delta flip here. Negative delta. Oh, you know what? I might just try a one single contract, risking $125. Positive delta, small negative delta, a big positive delta, and a positive divergence delta. So this looks good for a bounce around here. I'd only go long over that red pivot, over 75.25, or maybe I should just walk away and call it a day. But we can see the buyers coming back in. We haven't broken that 2-minute trend, so we need to break that 2-minute trend. That's why I like it over 24. It also breaks that pivot, that red candle. But we're seeing weak exhaustion from sellers. So let's just try one candle. One candle. I'm going to go long. I'm going to get to break even as quickly as I can. So I'm only risking not even a third of an hour. I'm risking about a sixth of an hour. So I just tightened my stop, as you saw. Buying imbalances, big positive deltas. So I'm holding this candle. If I get stops, it's $50. I don't want to turn my green day into a red day. But look at this, buyers are coming in. When you're scalping and using such tight stops, even if you've got big green buyers coming in, it's still a bit, there you go, I'm about to stop out. So I stopped out. I took like a $50 loss on that. But it's going to work because look at this, big buyers coming in. Look at this, that's why I should have held the bottom. And the reason I kept it so tight because it is against the trend as well. A line point control, buying imbalances, then we have selling imbalances and a big buyer. So we've mainly got, apart from that one candle there, we've got buyers sitting on the ask. That's our first negative delta, big negative delta around here. So 2 positive deltas, a small negative delta. So that probably one, I might try one more along here. And then only because it looks good for a bounce. It is coming into the opening range. That's the only place. Maybe I should have waited till we get above it. You know what? I said I'm going to walk away. There's no point me. Here we go. I was about to say another positive delta. So as soon as I saw a positive delta on a red candle, I'm done. That's it. So I'm up to about $600 odd green today. I still like it long while I've seen these positive deltas, by the way. So 212 says he caught some more from 75.42. Nice. And that's on the short, I take it. 75.42. Good job. Positive deltas again. So it still backs up this delta flip area. Buyers are in. We've broken that 2-minute downtrend. But I'm just going to sit back. It's Friday. No point me giving away any profits just for the sake of it. Big positive delta. It's tempting. I just want to take one contract long and just let it run. We could easily get it to retest pre-market low. That'd be a break and retest. But we've got opening range low above as well. So this could be a break and retest of all below as well. Tough to see that right now because of the positive deltas. Massive positive delta on this last candle. One more. And I'm going to hold low. Let's put my stop in there. I'll do it on this one. Sell stop. As you know, when I trade my PA accounts, I literally only do one green trade and water. If I'm trading my evals, if I can just get a little bit extra out of it, I will do. Positive deltas, so we shouldn't, unless the market's doing something funny, which it has been a little bit, all this aggressive buying coming in, we should see some reaction. But the sellers, it's definitely absorbing this area. The only rejection I like is back up yesterday's low around that 75.50 area. Okay, we had our first negative delta out of all these candles, so sellers are taking control. Small selling delta. What's the NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ's putting in a bottom tail. NASDAQ's doing similar as well. Okay, I'm done. That's it, I'm done. I've over traded now. Still green, $400 on the day, so I've given away a couple $100 from that, $300. Just trying to confirm this delta flip. I think one of my strategies when the market's doing some funny stuff is to use MES contracts and then have a wider stop and have less contracts. When you're trading 3 ES contracts, it doesn't leave you with much flexibility on your targets. That's why I have a 10 tick stop followed by a 20 tick stop when I get in. But I'm definitely not doing it now, I'm done. So this is knowing when to walk. I still like the bounce around here. I've not looked at the recent ones. To be fair, not a big fan of the negative deltas coming in. We've only got 2 aggressive buyers, 22.0 up here. So there's a big seller sitting up there. If we look at our, yeah, you can see on this 2-minute chart on the right, got a big sell in there, buyers up there. So even though you see a big buying bubble at the end of a trend, that means buyers came in but sellers absorbed. If you see buyers midway and it carries on, you know that's buyers are passively buying and going with continuation. There you go, we've broken that trend as well. So now we've broken that trend, I'm not interested in the long anyway. Right, Craig says, done for today too, down 37 on funded. So is that down $37? And risk management is all about knowing when to walk away as well. It's easy for me to sit here and say, I will catch this long, I will catch this long. Massive big sell off there. And we've got Delta kind of confirming there's a bit of a bottom. But even when you think you're right and know you're right and it might even play out, it's taking out the low now, so I'm not interested in longs. It's still time, it's still risk management, still good to know when you walk away. I've got a new video dropping today. I uploaded it last night, but I changed it. Oh, look at that. This is the break and retest of orb. We had an orb candle, hopefully. I bet Ron's here, and I bet Ron's taking it. And I was just thinking that as well, Andrew. Nice GBI as well. There's a break and retest, an orb breaking candle as well. All sets up nicely. The orb worked lovely yesterday, by the way, and we took that live. Let's go back. So my algo's taken the orb on ES and on NASDAQ, and they're both doing okay. Look at this. This is yesterday's orb. The breaking candle was, I think, there. It didn't take it on ES, but we took it ourselves. Our stop was down here. I think that was one. It might be, no, I think this might have been the breaking candle, this one here. That's our breaking candle. It never stopped out, and it went the whole 3R. Look at that. Hopefully someone took that. Look how far that went. I got out at 1R because I was done for the day. So that would have worked out well. Orb's working really well on this one. It's already up 1R. And it's already up 1R on NASDAQ. Ron says, I've been watching but chose not to take it. Andrew says, took the NQ bear flag scalp, quick and painless. Good for you. Look at that, how nice is that? There's me trying to go long into all of this selling. But it looked good for long until we started selling, until we started putting in some aggressive sellers. 212 says, big trend day down, geez. I like these trend days. These are what makes me excited, because it means we've got more levels to play with on Monday. Or, as 212 says, bloody Friday. Yeah, let's hope it is. Also means we've got things we can start topping up, like Bitcoin and portfolio top-ups and stuff. I would have hit my 80 tick, I think, had I held that runner and not trailed out. I know it's easy to say, had I done that, but because of the trailing drawdowns on Apex, you have to take your profits. 212 says, added to shorts, good job. Andrew, 7,500 ES incoming. Want to see if this holds for the long term. Let's go back to my ES. I'll look that down at 75. I'll show you the level I had from the pre-market. And we come right into it, 75.08. That's a bounce area. Because it's a confidence area, hang on, and it's a volume shelf area. That level there, can't see it here, but if we zoom out, the volume shelf is there from all of this. Tops and bottoms of pivots, all along there. A little bit of a volume shelf there, and then we're bouncing. So look at that for the bounce in that area. And look at this for a reaction. That was what I was trying to aim for. That's the reaction I was waiting for, but I was just a bit late. But had I been looking at my levels, which I clearly marked and we clearly discussed today, and I waited and had more patience and said, right, no, I'm waiting until we get down to this zone, 75.10, then I would have found the entry. Let's see where I would have got in. Big negative delta, then we had our first positive, negative, then a positive, negative, so I wouldn't have liked it, but a green candle. Probably would have waited for a pullback and a break of a pivot, that area here. So I could have got 20 ticks out of that. That would have been my entry, 75.15. Even though my level's down here at 75.8, I won't get into that area. I've got to wait for confirmation. My stop would have been at 75.13 and we'll still be in it right now. Unless I trailed out, probably would have trailed out. If you missed the original entry on the orb, now's the place. But look at the volume. Even though that's an indecision candle, it's a green candle. Remember, most of that volume is selling volume because we sold off into that area. So don't be disheartened by a big green indecision candle when you see big volume. And then look at that, one seller at the high, small, kind of small volume as well. That's why we trail. It's a tough area right here. Positive delta, negative delta, positive delta, small positive and neutral. Pretty much a positive delta now. Not much volume down here though. 663, 450, 840. So if you're looking for buying or bounces around here, lack of volume, big delta. So that's a big delta on that candle. Look, 308 positive aggressive seller buyers on that candle. But look at the size of the volume, only 450. So only 150 sellers were interested. Obviously, if you're looking at volume and then you're saying, why does it not match? You know, where's 150? It doesn't show you, it only shows you aggressive buyers and aggressive selling and footprints. It doesn't show you passive buyers and sellers. That's why you look at the volume. So these are basically people making market orders, aggressive buyers and aggressive sellers. And then the volume shows you both market orders and passive orders, you know, orders sitting on the limit. So you won't always see the footprint delta match. Remember I said low volume, and now we're selling off. So not a convincing bounce in this area. Right. Look at the delta as well on that 2-minute delta on the right hand side. Big red delta bar. Back to my nuts again. For my lunch. So seriously, these nuts are addictive. These are KP unsalted roasted peanuts. There's no crap in it, there's no salt. They sunflower oil and peanuts, that's the only 2 ingredients. And they're roasted as well. It tastes amazing. I've got to start eating them because they're a good stack of protein and good for your brain. Look at the 2-minute chart now. Breaking out. Delta's not though. Ron says, salt is God's gift to mankind. Yeah, it may be good for mankind, but it's not good for the heart. Not in excess anyway. That's why I do try not to have too much salt. There's lots of salt in everything we eat anyway, everything I eat. So 212 says taking along at 75.15. Yeah, I pretty much like that, but I'm not a big fan of the delta. I wouldn't go long myself personally unless the delta puts in a new high. At the moment it's a red delta bar, only a small one. But we're getting buyers coming in. But look at these candles, massive amount of buyers and sellers on each candle. Ron says he puts salt on his salt. Funny. Salted salt. You should sell that as a market. You should sell that as a market for that. Salted salt. Maybe get some peppered pepper as well. Here we go. We're retesting the orb. Look at all those orders sitting above around 76. Sorry, 75.25 area. What's it on NASDAQ? What's it on? That's MMQ. There they're gone now. That's a good long 212, by the way. So now I would be looking to go long, but you know, you would be chasing if we were going long now, because the order, the what do you call it? The Delta candle's finally broken that trend line, and that's the confirmation I wait for. Ron says, haha, yeah, so much for trading. I get rich out of salted salt. Exactly that. You can sell it as a commodity. Let everyone else buy it from you on the stock market. So we're retesting the orb low now, which is 75.26.50 area. Big buying Delta into that area. I'm still not convinced on the Delta. Look at this. This could be the break and retest. I might look for a short around here on the break and retest of the orb. I do like the orb. I'm waiting for confirmation though. The first confirmation is the Delta candle, followed by the Delta flip, positive Delta, then a big negative Delta. I'm short just one contract. No buyers in that last candle. Big sellers came in. So why are we not selling off, I hear you say? Just put my stop in. Always have a stop no matter what. And I'm going to be just above those selling imbalances, just there. So look at this Delta now. Aggressive sellers are coming in. We've just seen that. Our buyers holding this up. Could be wrong again. Might be one of those days where we're reading the order flow. Yesterday was really easy. It just worked. Here we go. Positive Delta. So the buyers tried to hold it. Sellers came in. Big seller came in again. So lack of buyers down here. Buyers kind of tried to buy off and then the seller pushed it down. And that's also a pivot we can use. So we're putting in a bit of a, is that a bear flag? Holding this area. I do want to bring it down to that bear flag. Negative Delta on a green candle. Positive Delta on a red candle. Here we go. We've got Delta's coming in. I will bring it down to 22. Again, I'm just keeping my green day green with just very small one. This is like 1/3 of a risk, or not even 1/3, it's like 1/6 of a risk where I got my stop now. So not risking much at all. But we're going with the Delta. Remember, price generally follows Delta. It's going to stop me here. Here we go. With positive Delta, I'd rather get stopped here than get stopped on the high. But the Delta is definitely selling off. And I was trying to play the orb break and retest as a scalp. Not ideal. I think I lost about $60 on that. Again, paper cuts are not good. Stay green. Especially when I saw no buyers on these candles, I thought we were going to keep going. And we saw Delta putting in low. There's a divergence here right now. I said if I had my paid accounts running, I wouldn't take anywhere near this many trades. One trade or two losing trades, that's it. Because these are evals, I'm happy just to try a few more. just very small, low risk trades, because if you get one that runs, like a couple of Fridays ago I did exactly that. I let one run and I came back at the end of the day, hit my 80 tick. So I just put my stop in. In fact, I'd forgotten about it actually. I went off, did other stuff. It's Friday, I was off at Scouts as well. I went off, did other things, and then came back and I thought, oh, I forgot about my trade and realised I hit the 80 ticks. That was a nice little move. But also, it hit my drawdown because it did draw down a little bit as well. Because on Apex, whenever you move green, it moves your trailing drawdown with it. And then when it pulls back, you have a less of a drawdown. And it took me a long time trying to get past that. And it's all down to just taking profits early. We're definitely retesting it all below now. So we got two plays we can potentially watch. The first one is if we break the delta on a green for a big green bar, and then we have a big green bar push up. And buyers are definitely absorbing all these sellers down here, and that's the first play. It's really hard trying to find a long right now for me. This is when we just got sellers absorbing all that buying. But look at it go. But then it could be just low volume. No, volume looks okay. But we've definitely got a divergence right now. Basically, this means buyers are basically absorbing all of this selling pressure. But the buyers, there's more buyers than sellers, hence why the price is just moving up. And at some point, the buyers or the sellers will be exhausted, and that's when we'll see maybe a more explosive move. But this is a pretty decent move here. So we only had 15 aggressive sellers there, 200, and a big positive delta, then a small negative delta, another small negative delta, then a big 200 delta, a small negative, then another negative. So it's really hard trying to find a bounce here as well. We know that's because we saw the negative delta come in. And then buyers took control for a few candles. Where are we on the delta? We have sold less, 14,000 less contracts, or 14,000 sold to sellers. Right, got to start eating these. Save them for another day. So not only have we just broken the orb, it's still, the break and retest is still in play, because as you know, I don't use lines, I use zones. And if we start seeing weakness from sellers around here, and what we'd be looking for is low volume. Look at this low volume coming in on the 5 minute. And if we break that up, that little 5 minute uptrend, then we can find another orb low or breakdown. You know, if you look at the trend on this 15-minute chart, we pull back, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high on reducing volume. That's what we want to see. Although we did have a bigger volume candle there. A good area for rejections at 75.50. That's kind of the area we had marked up as well. And what was that on my analysis chart? 75.50, that area here. So that's not a bad area to watch for potential rejection. That's a break and retest of both yesterday's low and of that area. So, and it will be putting in a, so we've got, that's a high there, lower high, lower high, lower low. So you can see the pattern forming. And if we were to draw the trend line, that's our trend line. Our next rejection will be up here, 7,600. So there's a few good areas we can watch for rejection. We had a big move down in a short period of time, so a bit of profit taken. Or buyers are just mopping it all up again. As we've seen, sell off. Remember I said earlier, we sell off, then the buyers take control. We sell off, then the buyers take control. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at all-time highs again today. It's how it feels like. Also, going back to my chart, let's just draw in this pattern again. Also, have we now just formed the break of this neckline? And are we going to come back up and retest it at 75.50? So that's a key area for me today. 75.50, keep an eye on that for a potential rejection down. Otherwise, we can keep an eye on this zone up here, 75.44, which I've got marked up with this volume shelf. We're coming into the starting of this volume shelf now. So we might just grind up through all of this volume. But there's the head and shoulders pattern. That's the break and retest of that neckline. So maybe that's the pattern we're looking at. And obviously, if you squint and close your eyes enough, you'll see head and shoulders patterns everywhere you look. Here we go. Is this the rejection candle I was talking about? Here we go. Look at this. This is the orb breaking candle. So I wasn't paying attention, but look at this. This is what we want to see as confirmation. We said about weakness from buyers. We had reducing volume as the price pulled back. Then here we had reducing positive delta, then a big negative delta. Positive delta with no follow through, a negative delta, and we didn't have any follow through on the green candle. And then we had only 2 aggressive buyers up here, only 7 aggressive buyers up here, and then it sold off. Had I been paying attention, I probably would have looked for the breakdown there. What's that level? 75.30. I would have been a bit high. I would prefer it where we are right now at 24. So this is kind of the area I would have preferred to take it. Craig says long. Me, when I see decline in volume on a pullback, that doesn't mean long to me. That means a short. Or it doesn't mean that buyers are. And we know that because we've been looking at the delta. Remember I said watch the delta? And the delta was selling off. Price was shown reducing volume as well. I'm going to probably do a single contract short just here on this rejection. We had a positive delta and a negative delta, then a big, and then I'm gonna just trail it down. I'm gonna put my stop in place at a high of that So my stop is basically the high of that pivot. It's a bigger, wider stop than I want, but these are the plays I like. I did actually meant to get it in MES, not ES, just to be in it like yesterday. So I might actually just bring my stop down a little bit tighter because I'll control my risk. We got selling balances, we got negative deltas coming in, we got the break and retest of orb, we got reducing volume, we got delta on our side, we got the 2-minute break and trend. It does look good. Not a big fan of that volume candle though, that's the only negative. We've got to be targeting at least 75.06, the low of today. That's a bounce area. Let's put my target in, buy limit. Sonny says, hey Paul, just passed my first eval. Oh, nice, good for you, well done. Yeah, I agree with Andrew, nice work. So great job. Look at this trade's up 250. So all, basically those little losses I made earlier, I've made back now. If I took my profit right now, I'm going to trail. Still like the low of the day as a potential target. If I get down there, then I'll probably just try and trail it out. I'm at break even now, so it's a risk-free trade. Yeah, Apex is great, by the way. It's really good for learning on. You're not risking real money as such, even though you risk it, you pay the evaluation fee, but you got potential to convert evals into paid accounts and actually get paid from them. So it's a really, really good opportunity, and something I didn't have when I first started trading about 5, 6, 7 years ago. Positive delta, we've got some sellers coming in now, so I'm just trailing these pivots. Look at this. This is up almost $500 now, $400. How about that for an entry? Not a bad entry as well. I waited, a little bit of patience was needed. Still like the low of the day as a target. Ron says, way to go, Sonny. Yeah, good job. It's great, isn't it, when you pass an eval? All that hard work. So first positive delta, I'm going to start tightening up. So I'm just tightening up to the top of that pivot, basically. Selling balances there. If we break through those selling balances, not many buyers. This is exactly what I was trying to see earlier. We're back down in that similar area. The first big positive delta we've seen, that's why I'm tightening up. If this puts in a pivot, I'll be at the top of 75.17. Hopefully it's a pivot. And is this the break and retest off that neckline we're talking about, potentially? That's another confirmation which I forgot to add in. So we've got a pivot now, so I'm just going above there. 75.17. $7,500, 75.04. It's got to be a good area, good target for the short. Although we didn't have much delta on that last candle, so having my stoppages above is probably not a bad idea. Positive delta, small negative delta, positive delta. So are we starting to see signs of a bit of a reversal? Remember, we talked about this earlier. We saw this happening in advance. We had all this time to think about this trade as well. We had, when the divergence started around about 10 AM, we didn't even enter until 10:22. So we had over 20 minutes to think about this trade. When I said price generally follows delta, we had decrease in volume on this pullback into an opening range low. We know opening range break and retest is a good play to have. We also had the confirmation on the order flow. We also had confirmation on the 2 minute. We broke the trend. It's like a bear flag, and we had continuation with this delta selling off as well. So lots of reasons why the short was good, and we're also in an hourly 15-minute downtrend. A line point control. I only like this if we stay below it. Otherwise, if we go below it, otherwise this could be a support area. Buying imbalances, positive delta, small negative delta as well. So probably coming to an end of this trade now. 2 small negative deltas in a row. Unless the sellers go, nope, right now, which I hope they do. But no, that's it and done. So just double check, make sure all my accounts are closed. Yeah. So I'm back up to about 550 for the day. Probably a bit more. Yeah, about 550 minus commissions. Here you go. First positive delta was seen for the first warning sign was there, followed by the 2 deltas which showed lack of aggressive selling in. And again, you could use these for scalping reversals as a delta flip, and that works out just right because my kids are coming in from school right now. So I'm no longer taking any more trades. I'm done. I've over traded. I do need to get rid of my limit order. Don't let that trigger later. Um, 212 says I like 45.15 long. Yeah, it's not a bad area. And he said he got back in it again, scalping it. Good job. And Craig says, thanks, Paul. You're welcome. So now this looks different to last time. Remember we were watching the bounce at the bottom here, but we were seeing negative deltas coming in, and even though we were putting in wide range green bars, we weren't seeing much of the delta. But now we're seeing green bars coming in. Potentially this is the bounce area, and there's a delta flip here, -19, -6, +222. Then remember I said the line point control, I like that if we stay below it, but we didn't. So that's a potential area of volume, and then that's why we saw the reversal. Red candle, positive delta, so all looks good for the long. Be back in a second. Is that you smelling cat food? You alright? Have a good day. Don't jump on any teeth out. A tissue. I don't know. It's not cow. Where's Elliot? I'll put it up by now. Is Elliot? Yeah. Good. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I was thinking for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Yeah, look. It's still live. Oh, it is. Yes. It is. You right, Elliot? Hello. You right? In the washing basket. Yeah, I'm going to go back to live. So you left your lights on last night, this morning. Right, I'm back. So line point and control, buying imbalances. Look at this, selling imbalances with no follow through, and then immediately responded with a big aggressive SPY candle with buying imbalances. We're coming back into the orb low again area now. So here we go. This is when we're looking at deltas. So this is all doing as expected. So let's just say it was selling off, delta was selling off. So this looks good. Then we had this zone here where we had price putting in higher highs, Delta putting in lower lows. So this wasn't doing as expected. And then price started following Delta, which is kind of expected. So price sold off as Delta was still selling off. So this is what you expect. This is our divergence. And then price and Delta moved in line with each other as well. So this is what you expect. So this is what you should see normally. This is when you see a reversal happening. So this is what we look out for, this Delta divergence. And it's exactly that area. It's what we look for to try and predict reversals before they happen. And we've got a line point control there, we've got two. And when I look at, even I look at actual same tick areas, I don't mind it being within 1 or 2 ticks of each other. That's a lot of a volume there, lots of volume there. Notice how we had that line point control there. We came back and retested it. We had a line point control here. We broke out, pulled back a little tiny bit, retested it. And now we're over the orb. Nasdaq's doing the same. ES is doing the same. Right. So 212 says he's leaving runners if they bounce from 45.14. So it looks like a good play, that 45.14. 75, sorry, I meant 75.14. I think that's what you meant as well. Unless we've just gone back in time, or you're predicting the future, 45.15. That's what we'd like to see. That's what I want to see, this big red bloody Friday. That's what we should see. If it drops down to 45.15, that'd be great. And look at this, all these point controls are aligned in a similar area as well. Big buying deltas, only one aggressive selling delta, and then another buying delta. Going back to this chart again, this is where I do all my analysis on. We're retesting, this is the zone we like, this head and shoulders break and retest. We broke it on volume, we're pulling back. Let's see what happens when we get back up into that 75.40 area. You know, this is a zone, this could be the retest where we are now. That's the zone we're watching for the retest, 75.55, 75.45, that area there. And that might be a good swing trade maybe. 212 says, mean to say 75.15, yeah, I got that. But 45.15 would be better. I'd love to be going long right now on that. So we've got big green solid buying candles, small narrow range selling candles. Shows that there's not much there from the sellers. 212's watching gold as well. And let's have a quick look at the others. I forgot about gold. Yeah, similar numbers. Gold sold off, Bitcoin sold off, Russell was sold off and bounced. YM did sell off but looking stronger. S&P is retesting that 7500 area and bounced from that. So, you know what? We didn't look at that when we were short earlier. 7500 psychological number and it bounced. That's the SPX. Oil sold off and put a bottom tail candle at 90.55. What was our bounce area for that? That was a fair value gap from a while back as well. Coming back into the pre-market low, bottom tail candle, massive bottom tail candle. Are we seeing a bit of top here? Small positive delta, and then a big positive, big negative, small negative, big positive with no follow through. So this is key, this area. So this is the key candle here. 3,400 contracts, plus 790 delta. Only 14 aggressive sellers at the high of that candle, around 75.32. Only 5 on that candle as well. Sellers, lots of sellers on the bid. So let's just see how we react at this point and look at the delta. Delta is putting in a wider range red candle. So this could be an area, might be the reaction area. A line point control, 3 candles in a row currently. This area here, look at that. Now talk about having overhead resistance. That's it there. 3 aggressive buyers, 5 there, we talked about that one. Are we going to retest this zone, this area here, and reject? These are the areas I like to see. If I'm trailing down, I'll be putting my stops on pivot, then on a line point control. There's 3 in a row there. That means in this area, 75.26 was where there's a lot of buying and selling all in the same place. 2 and 2 says, looking at the 1 hour candles, big volume on this 10 a.m. candle. Let's have a look. Yeah, so we had a big red candle with big volume, more than any volume from yesterday. And then this half size candle, or 2/3 of a size candle, is almost equal amount of volume. But don't forget, we've got bottom tail and a topping tail on that. So you need to work out how much that candle is actually buying volume and how much that is selling volume. You can probably break that down into smaller candles. So if we go to the hour, so using this 5-minute chart, we had big selling candle. You know, there was more buying. More buying in this last hour candle. Just by looking at these green candles, you can't really go by that 100%. Look at that. We said, are we going to wait for that to hold that area? And it did. It poked through, rejected. Buying imbalances with no follow through on a positive delta. If you're holding this orb, this break and retest of orb, you're still in it right now. Still a good area to watch the low. So looking at the comments, 2 it looks like we're going to consolidate here. It does look like that, yeah. It's that time of day now as well, coming into 11, 12, where it just slows down. So here's a key area now, plus 339, lots of volume in that candle, and then we're going to see whether we have follow through. There's a delta divergence here on that one candle. Looking at the delta price, putting in higher lows. We didn't put in a higher high, so it doesn't look too great. Let's see what happens. But I will probably most likely be calling it a day very, very shortly, because I've got scouts in about half an hour and got to get ready for that. And it's Friday and nobody wants to work late on Fridays. And the market's had its move. Maybe it's just going to sit around, chop around the zone. Look at it chopping on this 5-minute chart. We've been hovering. This is why these opening range bars are so important. Opening range low, open range high. We lost it and then rejected it, came back in, rejected it, came back in, rejected it again, and rejected it again. So that's why I always keep an eye on this opening range, the 15-minute opening range, because you see the market just responds to that level. And if you look on this, on my 15-minute chart, are we looking at a bit of a flag pattern there? This flagpole. If we break the lows, we could draw that in potentially like that. So taking out the low of 75.15, that area there, will confirm, maybe confirm this bear flag. One of the toughest things I've done in trading is always trying to go against a trend, and obviously when I'm scalping, I'm looking for reversals, and that's always against a trend. I do try and do continuations as well, which but reversals are my main play. But most of my decent green days come when I go with the trend, like with the hourly trend. Deegan Rich says, already called it a day. This action is tough. It is indeed, yeah. So it's easy just sitting there to watch. This is the times when you now want to go over your losing trades over the last month and just journal each one of them, look it up, find out where you went wrong or whether you did go wrong. You know, some losing trades could be genuinely good trades. It just didn't work. We've had a few of them on the scalping. So good opportunity on these lull moments just to go through old trades. Generally, I say look at the red trades, the losing trades, because they're the ones you learn the most from. It's always good looking at green trades, makes you feel good, but the red trades are ones where you should be learning from. When I go in a minute, I'll leave the link to the other channel, which is the NASDAQ and the ES footprint charts and order flow. On there, you've got cumulative delta divergence for both NASDAQ and ES. Just get the link now, but you can find it by going just to my YouTube channel, clicking on the live. So this is the link to the order flows. This is 24/7. I say 24/7. I'll probably shut it down at the weekend when the market's closed and restart it again Sunday. But this is good because you've got both order flows on one screen. And ever since I moved off my order flows, because I was streaming ES and NASDAQ separately, and then this live stream was shared with the ES one, and I was getting loads of performance issues because I had about 4 or 5 different footprint charts open, and there's a lot of processing going on, and I think that's causing issues with my NinjaTrader. But there was a new update to NinjaTrader today, so if you're a NinjaTrader user, make sure you do the update. Hopefully they fix a few bugs. I've reported a couple of them to them last month as well. I'm a developer for NinjaTrader, so generally they listen to my bug reports a bit more. I say that generally, find out whether they did. I've not seen the release notes for the latest version. Hopefully they fix the bugs I mentioned to them. If you also want your own footprint charts, here comes the sales plug now. This is a bit when all the viewers go, it goes down to 0. If you want footprint charts, go to my website. There's a link in the description below. There's currently 20% off, and it's the old price, but it is going up this month. So it's a lifetime, it's a single payment. You get lifetime access to all the latest updates. And this works on NinjaTrader and on all tickers. And I highly recommend learning footprint charts and order flow, because as you've seen today, you can just see what's going on way before the market even responds to it. And it gives you plenty of time. Like today, that reversal we took at 75, 30, 35 area. We can see that happening because we can see the Delta divergences, we can watch the order flow, we can see weakness from buyers, and that gave us the confidence to go short. And the same when I went long earlier at the bounce. I think I got my trades. The latest version of NinjaTrader, or the one they just released last week, puts lines in. So I went short, I meant earlier on that one. I tried a long and I tried a short again, it got stopped out. And then had a nice short just after the open. Took a 10 tick stop, and then I went short at 75.30. That was below I said I wanted it to be below pre-market low. That's it. I'd only consider shorts below. I was looking for a long above pre-market high, but that never set up. So I went short when we got below and took a lovely 20 tick and a lovely 10 tick trade, and I trailed out at 20 ticks. But look where it is now. It would have easily hit my 80 tick target. So I might work on holding runners a bit better. So 1, 2, 3 trades and a few little tiny ones, a couple of paper cut losses. I'm up about $500-600 today. I haven't looked at my P&L, just worked roughly what it is in my head. And that's on my eval accounts, so I don't hide behind false profits. So it's eval accounts I was trading today. And I lost my paid accounts a couple of weeks ago through over trading, hitting my trading drawdown, and I'm just starting to rebuild them back up again. I hit my trading drawdown on a few more yesterday and the day before, so I'm down to 5 eval accounts. I've got another 5 renewing over the next day or two. So I'll just open up my Rhythmic. Yeah, 5 accounts. I thought I was trading 10 yesterday, so I must have hit my trading drawdown. I don't generally look at my accounts. I just trade them every day, and that might be why I get all those error messages. I was trying to trade accounts which have already failed. But congratulations to Sonny, who's passed his eval. That's really good. It's really nice when you get an eval pass. And now on to make the money. So I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to leave the advert running on this trailer. Hope you like it. Just reminds you of my footprint chart links and my Apex account. So if you are not an Apex user, use my code PBTrader. I get a small kickback, a couple of dollars, not much, but it all helps keep the servers running, the software running, PC running, the 24/7 as well. All that's not cheap having that running. So anything I can get back through the stream is really helps pay for everything, keeps things flowing a little bit easier. And you know, electricity is not cheap these days, and upgrading computers are expensive. With the cost of RAM at the moment, it's through the roof. Literally, when I was buying SSDs, I'm an IT guy, I repair computers for a living as well. SSD drives were like $90 or not, about $90 or £90 about 6 months ago. They're like £300 now, the same ones. It's crazy prices. So, but anyway, I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to go and say hello to my family. He's just got home from school, and I will be back Monday at 9 AM. So I do appreciate everyone watching. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, and hit the subscribe button as well to get notified. Hit the bell, because I've got some videos releasing. I'm just literally pulled the one I was about to release today at about 3 o'clock. I changed that one because I've just updated it slightly. I made it. I just re-edited it because I wasn't happy with the original edit. I was just thinking about it when I went to bed last night, thinking too much silences. I've just cut out all of the silent bits in between the trades and just left just the main parts of the video in as well. So it's a bit short as well. So I will see you on Monday. So appreciate everyone. Thank you for watching.